Journal entry number 61, 15th October, 1895. As I sit in my study this evening, the firelight casting dancing shadows across these pages, I find myself compelled to record one of the most peculiar cases Holmes and I ever encountered. One where the gentlest of strangers left behind mysteries that would have remained forever unsolved, and where a simple pressed autumn leaf would prove to contain secrets that even my dearest friend's remarkable powers of observation initially failed to grasp completely. It was a case where kindness wore the mask of mystery, and where Holmes, for perhaps the first time in our long partnership, admitted that human emotion could create puzzles far more complex than any criminal mind. The amber glow from my hearth reminds me of that October evening 5 years past, when the dying light of autumn filtered through the windows of the Moorland Inn, and I first encountered a man whose very presence seemed to whisper of stories untold. Little did I know then that this quiet figure would challenge everything I thought I understood about the nature of mystery itself, and that his silent gift to strangers would reveal truths about the human heart that no amount of medical training had prepared me to comprehend. I pause now, my pen hovering above the paper, as I recall how effortlessly that stranger moved through the lives of others, leaving traces of inexplicable kindness in her wake. The memory stirs something profound within me, a reminder that some of life's deepest mysteries are not crimes to be solved, but acts of grace to be witnessed and, if we are fortunate, understood. It was the autumn of 1890, and I had been feeling particularly restless after a series of rather mundane cases that had left both Holmes and me yearning for something more stimulating than stolen jewellery and wayward spouses. The London fog had been particularly oppressive that October, settling over Baker Street like a grey blanket that seemed to muffle not only sound, but spirit as well. Holmes had been in one of his contemplative moods, spending long hours at his violin, drawing melancholy notes that seemed to echo the season's own sense of ending and transition. It was during this period of professional ennui that I received a letter from Major Henry Pemberton, an old army comrade with whom I had served in Afghanistan. Henry had written to invite me to visit him in the small village of Ashford Cross, situated on the edge of Dartmoor, where he had retired to manage a modest estate left to him by an uncle. His letter spoke of the restorative powers of country air and the simple pleasures of village life, and something in his words stirred a longing within me for the quiet rhythms of rural England. "Holmes," I had said one grey morning over breakfast, "I believe I shall accept Pemberton's invitation. A week or two in Devon might do us both good." My friend looked up from his morning paper, his keen grey eyes studying my face with that penetrating gaze I knew so well. "By all means, Watson. The countryside air might restore some colour to your cheeks, and I confess that London's offerings have grown rather stale of late. Perhaps a change of scenery will present us with something more worthy of our attention." "You're welcome to join me, of course," I offered, though I suspected Holmes would decline. He had never been one for the quiet pleasures of country life, preferring the stimulating chaos of the metropolis. "I think not," he replied, settling back into his chair with a slight smile. "I have some chemical experiments that require my attention, and Mrs. Hudson has been threatening to fumigate the flat if I don't complete them soon. Besides, you might find that some distance from our partnership will provide you with fresh perspective on our methods. And so it was that, on a crisp October morning, I found myself aboard a train, bound for Devon, watching the London suburbs give way to rolling countryside, painted in the rich amber and crimson hues of autumn. As the locomotive carried me southwest, I felt my spirits lifting with each mile that separated me from the smoke and noise of the city. The rhythmic clacking of wheels on rails seemed to create a meditative cadence, and I found myself looking forward to the simple pleasure of reconnecting with an old friend and experiencing the unhurried pace of village life. The journey to Ashford Cross required a change of trains at Exeter, followed by a final leg on a smaller local line that wound its way through countryside so picturesque it seemed almost theatrical in its perfection. Ancient stone walls divided fields where sheep grazed peacefully, and the distant peaks of Dartmoor rose like sleeping giants against the afternoon sky. As we approached my destination, I caught glimpses of thatched cottages with smoke curling from their chimneys, and I felt a profound sense of homecoming, despite never having visited this particular corner of England before. Ashford Cross proved to be exactly the sort of village that exists in the dreams of city dwellers, a collection of stone cottages clustered around a Norman church, with narrow lanes that seemed to meander according to their own ancient logic, rather than any modern notion of efficient transportation. The Moorland Inn, where I was to stay, stood at the village's heart, a substantial building of honey-coloured stone, with mullioned windows that gleamed warmly in the late afternoon light. Major Pemberton met me at the small station, and I was pleased to see that civilian life had agreed with him. The lean, weathered soldier I had known in Afghanistan had filled out somewhat, and there was a contentment in his bearing that spoke well of his transition to country living. His grip was still firm when we shook hands, and his eyes still held the alert intelligence that had made him such a valued officer. But there was a new peacefulness about him that I found enviable. "Watson, old fellow," he exclaimed as he helped me with my luggage. "You're looking well. London life clearly suits you, though I detect a certain pallor that suggests you've been spending too much time indoors with that famous detective friend of yours." I laughed, feeling already the therapeutic effects of his easy companionship. "Holmes sends his regards, though he declined to join me. He's convinced that anything occurring outside London's boundaries must necessarily be too mundane for his attention." "His loss," Henry replied with a grin, "though I must admit that Ashford Cross offers little in the way of criminal intrigue. Our most serious crimes involve the occasional poaching incident or dispute over property boundaries. You'll have to content yourself with country pleasures, long walks, good conversation, and Mrs. Morrison's excellent cooking at the inn." As we made our way through the village in Henry's modest trap, I found myself charmed by the timeless quality of the place. Children played in cottage gardens while their mothers hung washing on lines, and elderly men gathered outside the village shop to discuss the day's events with the gravity of parliamentarians debating matters of state. It was a world apart from the frantic energy of London, and I felt my shoulders relaxing as we clip-clopped along the cobbled streets. The Moorland Inn exceeded my expectations in every regard. Mrs. Morrison, the proprietress, was a woman of perhaps 50 years, whose warm smile and capable manner immediately put me at ease. she showed me to a comfortable room on the first floor, with windows that looked out over the inn's garden and the moor beyond. The room was simply but tastefully furnished, with a fire already crackling in the grate and fresh flowers on the writing table. "I do hope you'll be comfortable here, Dr. Watson," she said, smoothing an already perfect coverlet on the bed. "We don't often have visitors from London, and certainly none so distinguished. Major Pemberton has told us all about your adventures with the famous Mr. Holmes." I assured her that the accommodations were perfect, and after she had departed, I stood at the window watching the light fade over the moor. The landscape stretched away in undulating waves of purple heather and golden gorse, punctuated by the dark silhouettes of ancient standing stones. It was a view that seemed to invite contemplation, and I found myself thinking that Holmes might benefit from such peaceful surroundings, even if he would never admit it. That first evening, Henry and I dined at the inn, enjoying Mrs. Morrison's promised excellent cooking, while catching up on the years that had passed since our army days. The dining room was cosy and welcoming, with low beams and a large fireplace around which several local patrons gathered to discuss village affairs. I was struck by the easy familiarity among the residents, the way conversation flowed from one topic to another with the comfortable rhythm of long acquaintance. It was during our meal that I first became aware of the inn's other guest. Mrs. Morrison mentioned, almost in passing, that a gentleman had arrived that afternoon and taken the room adjacent to mine. "Quiet fellow," she observed, as she served our pudding. "Hardly said 2 words when he registered, just paid for a week in advance and asked not to be disturbed. A traveller, perhaps?" Henry inquired. "We occasionally get visitors who are walking the moor paths or studying the stone circles." "Perhaps," Mrs. Morrison replied, though something in her tone suggested uncertainty. "He didn't mention his purpose, and I didn't like to pry. He seemed—" she paused, while searching for the right word. "Thoughtful, I suppose. Like a man with something heavy on his mind." I found myself intrigued by this brief description, my natural curiosity stirred by the suggestion of mystery. After our years together, Holmes had trained me to notice the unusual, to pay attention to the small details that might reveal larger patterns. A man who paid for a week in advance, but said little about his purpose, who seemed to carry some burden of thought. It was the sort of detail that might prove significant, or might simply be the ordinary behaviour of someone seeking solitude. As we finished our dinner and prepared to retire, I mentioned my interest in meeting this mysterious guest, but Henry merely chuckled at what he perceived as my detective instincts. "Really, Watson, you've been spending too much time with Holmes. Not every quiet stranger is harbouring fascinating secrets. Perhaps the poor fellow simply wishes to enjoy the moor in peace." Nevertheless, as I prepared for bed that evening, I found myself listening for sounds from the adjacent room. The inn's walls were thick, built to withstand the harsh winters of the moor, but I could detect the occasional creak of floorboards and the soft closing of a door. My mysterious neighbour was, it seemed, a restless soul, moving about his room with careful, deliberate steps that suggested either chronic insomnia or deep preoccupation. I settled into bed with a book, but found my attention wandering from the pages to the sounds, or more often, the absence of sounds, from next door. It struck me that there was something almost ritualistic about the pattern of movement I could detect, as though my neighbour was engaged in some private ceremony or meditation that required precise, repeated actions. Eventually, the gentle sounds ceased, and I assumed my fellow guest had finally found rest. As I extinguished my bedside lamp and settled into the comfortable darkness, I reflected on the unexpected pleasure of my first day in Ashford Cross. The village had already begun to work its restorative magic, and I found myself looking forward to the week ahead with an anticipation that had little to do with mystery or detection, and everything to do with the simple pleasure of experiencing life at a gentler pace. Outside my window, the autumn wind whispered across the moor, carrying with it the scent of dying heather and the promise of winter to come. It was a sound that spoke of cycles and seasons, of the eternal rhythm of change and renewal that governs all life. As I drifted towards sleep, I had no way of knowing that this peaceful village was about to present me with a mystery more profound than any criminal case, and that the quiet stranger in the next room would leave me with questions that would linger long after his departure. The last thing I remember before sleep claimed me was the sound of a door opening and closing with infant care, as though someone were departing on a mission that required the utmost discretion. In my drowsy state, I wondered briefly what business could draw a man from his rest at such an hour, but the thought faded as I surrendered to the comfortable embrace of sleep, unaware that I had just heard the first movement in a mystery that would challenge every assumption I held about the nature of kindness and the complexity of the human heart. Tomorrow, I told myself, I would make an effort to meet this enigmatic fellow guest. Little did I know that such a meeting would prove far more elusive than I could possibly imagine, and that the mystery of the autumn stranger would unfold, not through conversation or observation, but through a series of silent gestures that would speak more eloquently than any words ever could. I awoke the following morning to the sound of church bells ringing across the village, their bronze voices calling the faithful to Sunday service, with a resonance that seemed to vibrate through the very stones of the inn. The autumn sun streamed through my windows, casting golden rectangles across the polished wooden floor, and I felt a profound sense of well-being that I had not experienced in months. The air carried the crisp promise of a perfect October day, tinged with the smoke of cottage fires, and the earthy scent of leaves beginning their final transformation. As I performed my morning ablutions, I found myself listening intently for any sounds from the adjacent room, but my mysterious neighbour appeared to be either a remarkably quiet riser or perhaps had already departed for some early morning pursuit. The silence was so complete that I began to wonder if Mrs. Morrison had been mistaken about the room's occupancy, though I distinctly recalled hearing movement the previous evening. Downstairs, I discovered Henry, already seated in the inn's breakfast parlour, engaged in animated conversation with Mrs. Morrison about some local matter involving the repair of the village bridge. He looked up as I entered his weathered face, brightening with the easy smile I remembered so well from our army days. Watson. I was beginning to think the country air had induced such a state of relaxation that you might sleep until noon. Mrs. Morrison has prepared what I believe might be the finest breakfast in all of Devon, and I've taken the liberty of ordering you the full treatment. Indeed, the meal that arrived shortly thereafter was a masterpiece of English country cooking. Fresh eggs, from the inn's own hen's rashers, of bacon that fairly gleamed with wholesome fat, black pudding that spoke of ancient culinary traditions, and bread so fresh it steamed when broken. As I settled into this feast, I found myself marvelling at how different food tasted when consumed in such peaceful surroundings, free from the urgency and distraction that characterized my London meals. "I trust you slept well?" Henry inquired, as he buttered a piece of toast with the practiced efficiency of a military man. These country beds have a remarkable way of inducing the sort of deep sleep that city folk rarely experience. "Quite well, thank you," I replied, then added with studied casualness, though I had the impression that our fellow guest was something of a restless soul. I heard occasional movement from the adjacent room. Mrs. Morrison, who'd been arranging fresh flowers on a nearby table, paused in her work and glanced toward the stairs. "Oh yes, the gentleman in room 7. A most peculiar fellow, if you don't mind my saying so. I've run this establishment for nearly 15 years, Dr. Watson, and I pride myself on understanding my guests, but this one..." She shook her head with a mixture of puzzlement and concern. "Peculiar in what way?" I asked, my detective instincts stirring, despite Henry's previous admonishment about my tendency to see mystery where none existed. "Well, it's not anything specific, you understand. He's perfectly polite, pays promptly, causes no disturbance. But there's something about him that's..." She paused, searching for the right words. "It's as though he's carrying some great weight, some burden that makes every movement deliberate and careful. When he speaks, which isn't often, his voice has the sound of a man who has grown accustomed to solitude." Henry looked up from his breakfast with interest. "Perhaps he's recently bereaved. The moor draws many people who seek solace in its vastness and silence." "Perhaps," Mrs. Morrison agreed, though her tone suggested this explanation didn't entirely satisfy her intuition. "He arrived yesterday afternoon in the carrier's cart from the station, though the driver mentioned he'd been unusually quiet during the journey. Most folks coming from London, for that's clearly where he's from, judging by his clothes and manner, are eager to comment on the countryside or ask questions about the village. This gentleman simply sat in silence, watching the landscape pass by. I found myself increasingly intrigued by this portrait of my mysterious neighbour. In my years with Holmes, I had learned to pay attention to behaviour that deviated from normal social patterns, and a man who travelled from London to an isolated Devon village without explanation, who paid for extended lodging without stating his purpose, and who carried himself with the demeanour of someone bearing emotional weight. Such a person warranted at least casual observation. "Has he mentioned how long he intends to stay?" I inquired. "A week, possibly longer. He was quite specific about having flexible arrangements. Said he wasn't certain how long his business would take." The slight emphasis Mrs. Morrison placed on the word business suggested she found this explanation as vague and unsatisfying as I did. After breakfast, Henry proposed a tour of the village and surrounding countryside, an offer I accepted with enthusiasm. As we prepared to depart, I suggested we might encounter the mysterious guest and have the opportunity for a proper introduction. But Mrs. Morrison shook her head. "He left early this morning. Just as the sun was rising, I saw him from my kitchen window walking toward the moor with a most deliberate step. He carried nothing with him. No walking stick, no bag, no indication of his destination. simply walked out across the heath as though he knew exactly where he was going. The image she painted was oddly compelling. A lone figure silhouetted against the vast expanse of Dartmoor, moving with purpose towards some unknown objective. There was something almost pilgrimage-like about such behaviour, though what manner of sacred journey could draw a London gentleman to this remote corner of England remained a mystery. Henry and I spent a delightful morning exploring Ashford Cross and its immediate vicinity. The village proved to be even more charming in daylight than my first impressions had suggested. We visited the Norman church, where the rector, a scholarly gentleman named Whitmore, showed us medieval stained glass windows that cast jewelled patterns across the ancient stone floor. The churchyard contained headstones dating back centuries, some so weathered that their inscriptions had become illegible whispers of long-forgotten lives. From the church we walked along narrow lanes bordered by stone walls that Henry informed me were far older than the cottages they enclosed. Some of these boundaries, he explained, date back to medieval times, possibly even earlier. The patterns of settlement here have remained largely unchanged for generations. There's something deeply comforting about such continuity, don't you think? Indeed, I found the village's timeless quality profoundly soothing. Children played the same games their ancestors might have enjoyed. Women gathered at wells and garden gates to exchange news and gossip. And elderly men sat on benches outside their cottages, watching the world with the patient attention of those who had learned to appreciate life's quieter rhythms. We encountered several villagers during our walk, and I was struck by their genuine warmth and curiosity about the London doctor visiting their community. Yet, when I casually mentioned the inn's other guest, I received only blank looks and polite disclaimers. No one, it seemed, had encountered the mysterious stranger, despite his having been in residence for nearly 24 hours. Curious, I remarked to Henry, as we paused at a stone bridge spanning a small brook. In a village this size, surely someone would have noticed a newcomer. Henry chuckled, the sound mingling pleasantly with the music of running water. Watson, you're doing it again. There's nothing mysterious about a man preferring solitude. Perhaps he's a naturalist studying the moor's flora, or a writer seeking inspiration in isolation. Not everyone who desires privacy is harbouring dark secrets. His words were sensible, yet I couldn't quite shake the feeling that there was more to this situation than simple preference for solitude. In my medical practice, I had developed an instinct for recognizing when patients were concealing important information, and something about Mrs. Morrison's description of our fellow guest triggered that same intuition. We returned to the inn for lunch, where Mrs. Morrison informed us that the stranger had returned during our absence and immediately retired to his room. Came in through the back entrance, she noted, though I caught a glimpse of him from the kitchen. He was carrying something small in his hands, holding it very carefully, but I couldn't see what it was. The afternoon passed pleasantly in conversation and quiet pursuits. Henry had borrowed several interesting books from friends in neighbouring villages, and I found myself absorbed in a volume of local history that contained fascinating accounts of the area's prehistoric inhabitants and the ancient monuments they had left scattered across the moor. The autumn light streaming through the inn's windows created a perfect atmosphere for reading, and I felt a profound contentment that had been absent from my life for some time. As evening approached, Mrs. Morrison began preparing for the dinner service, and I positioned myself in the inn's common room, where I might observe the comings and goings of other guests. The room was comfortable and welcoming, with well-worn furniture arranged around a large fireplace where logs crackled cheerfully. Several local residents had gathered for their evening pints, and their conversation provided a pleasant background murmur of village news and gentle gossip. It was during this period of quiet observation that I finally encountered the mysterious stranger, though encountered may be too strong a word, for what was merely a brief glimpse, I had been studying a map of local walking paths when I became aware of movement on the stairs. Looking up, I saw a figure descending toward the ground floor. A man of perhaps 50 years, dressed in well-cut but unremarkable clothing that suggested genteel circumstances without ostentation. He moved with the careful deliberation Mrs. Morrison had described each step, placed with conscious precision as though he were navigating not just physical stairs, but some more complex emotional terrain. His face, what I could see of it in profile, bore the marks of someone who had known both refinement and sorrow. There was intelligence in his features, but also a weariness that spoke of struggles beyond the merely physical. What struck me most forcibly was his extreme quietness, not just in terms of sound, but in his entire presence. He seemed to occupy space with a minimal disturbance, as though he had trained himself to move through the world, leaving the smallest possible trace. It was the demeanour of someone who had learned to make himself invisible, not from any criminal intent, but from some deeper need for self-effacement. I half rose from my chair, prepared to offer a greeting, and perhaps initiate the sort of casual conversation common among fellow travellers, but something in his bearing discouraged such familiarity. He glanced briefly in my direction, acknowledging my presence with a slight nod that was perfectly polite, yet somehow final, a gesture that thanked me for my courtesy, while firmly declining further interaction. He moved through the common room with that same careful deliberation, speaking quietly to Mrs. Morrison about some practical matter, then departed through the inn's front entrance into the gathering dusk. I watched through the window as he walked. Across the village green, his figure gradually disappearing into the shadows cast by ancient oak trees. Interesting fellow, isn't he? Mrs. Morrison had approached my table, carrying a tray of glasses that she set down with practiced efficiency. Been here 2 days now, and I still feel as though I know nothing about him, beyond his preference for early rising and solitary walks. He seems thoughtful, I offered, though the word seemed inadequate to capture the complex impression the stranger had made. Thoughtful, yes, but more than that. There's something about him that makes me want to... She paused, considering her words carefully. Well, it sounds foolish, but I find myself wanting to take care of him somehow. Not that he's shown any need for assistance, mind you. He's perfectly capable and self-sufficient. But there's a sadness about him that makes one wish to offer comfort. Her observation resonated with my own impression. The stranger possessed a quality that evoked protective instincts, not the weakness that invites predatory attention, but the sort of dignified vulnerability that calls forth the better angels of human nature. Henry joined us for dinner, and our conversation naturally turned to the day's explorations and discoveries. Yet I found my attention repeatedly drifting to the empty chair at a corner table, where Mrs. Morrison had mentioned the stranger usually took his meals. His absence seemed somehow more noticeable than his presence had been, creating a negative space that drew the eye and prompted speculation. "Has he taken ill?" I inquired during a lull in our discussion of village architecture. "Oh no," Mrs. Morrison replied as she served our pudding. "He requested a simple meal be left outside his door. Said he preferred to dine privately this evening. Nothing unusual in that, I suppose, though it does seem a pity. The common room could benefit from more interesting conversation." After dinner, as Henry and I settled by the fire with brandy and pipes, I found myself listening again for sounds from the room above. The stranger had returned at some point during our meal, for I could detect occasional soft footsteps and the gentle closing of drawers. Whatever his evening routine entailed, it was conducted with the same careful quietness that characterized all his movements. "You know, Watson," Henry said, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe, "I've been thinking about what you said earlier regarding our mysterious fellow guest. While I maintain that not every quiet stranger harbors fascinating secrets, I must admit there's something rather compelling about a man who can pass through a village this size without leaving any impression on its inhabitants." I looked up from my own contemplation of the fire's dancing flames. "What do you mean?" "Well, consider it from a practical standpoint. Ashford Cross has fewer than 200 residents, most of whom have lived here all their lives. Strangers are noteworthy events discussed and analysed with the thoroughness of parliamentary debate. Yet this gentleman has managed to remain virtually invisible, despite being quite obviously present. That requires either extraordinary skill or extraordinary purpose. His observation was astute, and it crystallized something that had been troubling me about the entire situation. In a community where everyone knew everyone else's business, anonymity became not just unusual, but almost supernatural in its completeness. As we prepared to retire for the evening, I made one last observation that would prove significant in the days to come. Through the window, I noticed a faint light in what I knew to be the stranger's room, but it was not the steady glow of gaslight or candle. Instead, it flickered and moved in patterns that suggested someone engaged in some sort of careful, detailed work by lamplight. Curious fellow. Indeed, I murmured to myself as I climbed the stairs to my own room. That night, as I settled into bed with my book, I found myself more aware than ever of the sounds, or absence of sounds, from the adjacent room. The stranger was awake. That much was certain, for I could detect the occasional soft footstep and the whisper of paper being handled. But whatever occupied his attention during these quiet hours remained as mysterious as the man himself. Just before sleep claimed me, I heard the soft opening and closing of a door, followed by footsteps in the corridor that paused briefly outside my room before continuing toward the stairs. Once again, my enigmatic neighbour was venturing forth on some nocturnal mission that required the utmost discretion. Tomorrow, I promised myself drowsily, I would make a more determined effort to solve the puzzle of the autumn stranger. Little did I know that the mystery was about to deepen in ways that would challenge not just my powers of observation, but my understanding of human nature itself. The third morning of my stay dawned with that particular clarity that autumn sometimes grants. The English countryside, a crystalline quality to the air that makes every detail of the landscape seem etched with extraordinary precision. I woke early, drawn from sleep by the melodious chorus of birds in the inn's garden and the gentle lowing of cattle in distant fields. Through my window I could see the moor stretching away in waves of purple and gold, its ancient stones catching the first rays of sunlight like scattered jewels. As had become my habit, I listened carefully for any indication of activity from the adjacent room, but once again encountered only silence. My mysterious neighbour appeared to be either absent or possessed of an almost supernatural ability to move without creating the slightest disturbance. This continued invisibility was beginning to intrigue me more than any overt display of eccentricity might have done. Downstairs, I found Mrs. Morrison in an unusually animated state, bustling about the breakfast parlour with an energy that suggested some significant event had occurred during the night. She looked up as I entered, her face bright with a mixture of excitement and bewilderment that immediately captured my attention. "Oh, Dr. Watson, such strange goings-on! I hardly know what to make of it all," she exclaimed, setting down a tray of fresh bread with perhaps more force than necessary. "You'll never guess what I discovered this morning when I came down to prepare breakfast." Her obvious agitation stirred my curiosity, though I maintained the casual demeanour that had become second nature during my years with Holmes. "Something unusual, I take it." "Unusual hardly begins to describe it," she replied, wiping her hands on her apron with nervous energy. "Come, you must see for yourself." She led me to a corner of the inn's entrance hall, where a small table usually held fresh flowers and correspondence for guests. This morning, however, the table bore an altogether different arrangement, a collection of small objects that had clearly been placed there with deliberate care during the night hours. There was a wooden whistle, carved with exquisite detail and polished to a warm honey colour. Beside it lay a small cloth doll, no larger than my hand, dressed in miniature clothing that showed remarkable skill in its creation. A tiny wooden horse, painted in bright colours, stood next to what appeared to be a collection of smooth pebbles arranged in a precise pattern. Most intriguingly, there was a small bouquet of wildflowers, not the cultivated blooms one might purchase from a florist, but the modest beauties that grow wild on the moor: heather, gorse, and tiny autumn crocuses bound together with a length of faded ribbon. "Were these here yesterday evening?" I asked, though I was quite certain they had not been. "Certainly not," Mrs. Morrison replied emphatically. "I always check this area before retiring, and I can assure you that table held nothing but the usual flower arrangement. Yet this morning, there they were, arranged just so, as though someone had spent considerable time ensuring their perfect placement." I examined the objects more closely, noting the exceptional quality of the craftsmanship evident in the carved items. The wooden whistle, in particular, showed a level of skill that spoke of years of practice and genuine artistic ability. When I lifted it to examine the workmanship more closely, I discovered tiny flowers carved around its circumference, so detailed that they seemed almost alive. "Have you any idea who might have left these?" I inquired, though I suspected I already knew the answer. Mrs. Morrison shook her head, though I detected a certain knowing look in her eyes. "None whatsoever," she said, with the sort of emphasis that suggested she had a very good idea indeed, but preferred not to voice her suspicions directly. At that moment, the inn's tranquillity was broken by the sound of children's voices approaching from the kitchen corridor. Mrs. Morrison's face immediately brightened, and she called out, "Children, come and see what we've discovered." 3 young people emerged from the back of the inn. 2 boys and a girl ranging in age from perhaps 6 to 12 years. They were clearly Mrs. Morrison's grandchildren, for they bore the comfortable familiarity with the establishment that speaks of frequent visits and intimate knowledge of every corner. "Grandmamma, what are those lovely things?" asked the girl, whose dark hair was neatly plaited, and whose dress showed the careful mending that speaks of modest but loving circumstances. "That's precisely what we're trying to determine," Sarah, Mrs. Morrison, replied. "They appeared during the night, left here by someone who wished to remain anonymous." The children approached the table with the mixture of caution and excitement that young people reserve for unexpected mysteries. The youngest boy, who could not have been more than 6, reached out tentatively to touch the wooden horse. "May I hold it?" he asked, with the careful politeness of a child has been well taught to respect others' property. "I think that will be perfectly acceptable, Tommy," Mrs. Morrison said gently. "Indeed, I suspect these items were left specifically for children to enjoy." The transformation that occurred as the children examined their unexpected gifts was remarkable to witness. Tommy clutched the wooden horse with the reverence usually reserved for treasures of measurable value, while Sarah cradled the small doll with maternal tenderness. The middle child, a boy named William, took up the whistle and, after a moment's hesitation, produced from it a clear, sweet note that seemed to capture something of the Moor's own music. "They're beautiful," Sarah whispered, her voice filled with wonder. "But who could have made them? And why would they leave them for us?" Mrs. Morrison and I exchanged glances, both thinking of the same possibility, but neither quite ready to voice it. The anonymous gift-giver could only be our mysterious fellow guest, yet the implications of such generosity from a stranger raised questions that were difficult to address directly. "Sometimes," Mrs. Morrison said carefully, "kind people do thoughtful things without expecting recognition or thanks. Perhaps someone simply wanted to bring a little joy to young hearts." Henry arrived shortly thereafter, drawn by the unusual commotion, and I took the opportunity to examine the gifts more thoroughly while he was introduced to the situation. The craftsmanship was truly extraordinary, work that clearly required not only skill, but considerable time and patience. The wooden items showed evidence of hours of careful carving and finishing, while the cloth doll's tiny garments had been sewn with stitches so fine they were barely visible. Most intriguingly, each item seemed perfectly suited to its intended recipient. The wooden horse was painted in colors that would appeal to a young boy's imagination, while the doll wore a dress of blue fabric that almost exactly matched Sarah's eyes. The whistle, when William played it, produced a range of notes that suggested it had been crafted by someone with genuine musical knowledge. "This is remarkable workmanship," I observed to Mrs. Morrison as the children continued their delighted exploration of their gifts. "These pieces represent many hours of skilled labor. They're not casual trinkets, but serious works of craft." "Indeed," she agreed, her voice thoughtful. "And there's something else that puzzles me. Look at this bouquet. These flowers were picked fresh this morning. The dew is still on some of the petals, and the stems show they were cut just hours ago. Someone was abroad on the moor before dawn, gathering these particular blooms. The observation was acute, and added another layer of mystery to an already puzzling situation. Who would venture onto Dartmoor in the pre-dawn hours to collect wildflowers for anonymous gifts to strangers' children? The dedication implied by such behaviour spoke of motivations far deeper than casual kindness. As we stood discussing these mysteries, I became aware of a presence on the stairs, and looked up to see our enigmatic fellow guest descending toward the ground floor. This morning, his appearance struck me as different somehow, not in any obvious way, but with a subtle change that my medical training helped me identify. There was a lightness in his step that had been absent during my previous glimpses, a suggestion that some burden had been lifted, or some purpose fulfilled. He paused at the foot of the stairs, his gaze taking in the scene before him. The children, absorbed in their new treasures, Mrs. Morrison and myself in animated discussion, Henry examining one of the carved pieces with the attention of someone who understood fine craftsmanship. For just a moment I detected what might have been satisfaction in his expression, the look of someone whose carefully laid plans had achieved their desired effect. Our eyes met briefly, and I saw in his face a complexity of emotions that defied easy interpretation. There was warmth there, and perhaps a touch of sadness, but also something that might have been gratitude. It was as though he wished to communicate something important, but lacked the words or permission to do so directly. Sarah looked up at that moment and noticed the stranger observing the scene. With the unself-conscious directness of childhood, she approached him, cradling her new doll carefully. "Excuse me, sir," she said with grave politeness, "but do you happen to know who left these beautiful gifts for us? Grandmamma says they appeared during the night, and we should like very much to thank whoever was so kind." The stranger looked down at the child with an expression of such gentle melancholy that I felt my heart constrict with sympathy. For a long moment he seemed to struggle with some internal conflict, and I had the impression that he desperately wanted to respond to her innocent question, but found himself constrained by circumstances beyond his control. Longing, as though he were observing a way of life that he remembered, but could no longer fully participate in. That afternoon, as Henry and I took our own walk through the village, I found myself paying particular attention to any signs that might indicate where the stranger had obtained his materials for gift-making. The quality of the work suggested access to proper tools and workspace, yet I could identify no local craftsman who might have provided such facilities. We visited the village shop, where the proprietor, a garrulous fellow named Henley, was eager to discuss any topic that might break the monotony of his day. When I casually mentioned the fine wood carving that had appeared at the inn, he shook his head with genuine puzzlement. "Haven't seen work of that quality hereabouts in years. Dr. Watson, old Jeremiah Crow, used to do such carving, but he passed on near 3 years ago now. His workshop's been empty ever since, though." He paused, his expression becoming thoughtful. "Though now that you mention it, I did notice smoke coming from the chimney yesterday evening. Assumed someone from the family had come to collect his belongings, but perhaps the implication hung in the air between us. An abandoned workshop, recently showing signs of activity, could provide the perfect explanation for where such detailed carving might have been accomplished. Yet, it also raised new questions about how our mysterious guest had known of its existence and gained access to its facilities. As we returned to the inn for evening, I noticed something that made me pause in the garden. There, arranged along the stone wall that bordered the property, was a line of small objects that had definitely not been present that morning. Smooth stones, arranged in careful patterns, twigs woven into intricate shapes, fallen leaves pressed and arranged in artistic designs, all the ephemeral treasures that children collect and adults usually overlook. But these arrangements showed a sophistication that spoke of adult hands, guided by genuine artistic sensibility. Someone had spent considerable time creating beauty from the simple materials provided by nature, and the placement of these installations suggested they were intended for discovery and appreciation. "Look at this!" I called Henry's attention to the display. "Someone has been quite busy creating art from natural materials." Henry examined the arrangements with growing amazement. "This is extraordinary work, Watson. Look at the precision of these stone patterns, the way these twigs have been woven together. This represents hours of patient, skilled labor." As we stood admiring these unexpected installations, Sarah came running from the inn, her eyes bright with excitement. "Dr. Watson, Mr. Pemberton, come and see what we found. There are treasures everywhere." Indeed, a more thorough exploration of the inn's grounds revealed that our anonymous artist had been remarkably prolific. Every corner of the garden seemed to hold some small surprise. A collection of acorns arranged in perfect spirals, flowers pressed between pieces of glass and propped where they would catch the afternoon light, patterns drawn in sand that would disappear with the next rain, but were perfect in their temporary existence. The children were beside themselves with delight, racing from discovery to discovery with the enthusiasm of explorers uncovering buried treasure. Their joy was infectious, and even Henry, who had initially been skeptical of my tendency to find mystery in ordinary events, was clearly moved by the evidence of such dedicated effort to create beauty for its own sake. That evening, as we gathered for dinner, there was an atmosphere of anticipation that had not been present on previous nights. Mrs. Morrison had prepared a particularly fine meal, and the children, still glowing with the excitement of their discoveries, chattered animatedly about their treasures and the mysterious person who had created them. Our enigmatic fellow guest appeared for dinner as usual, taking his customary place at the corner table. But tonight, there was something different about his demeanor. The profound sadness that had characterized his previous appearances seemed tempered by something that might have been satisfaction or peace. He ate quietly, but without the distant distraction that had marked his earlier meals, and several times I noticed his gaze drift toward the children with an expression of gentle warmth. As the evening progressed, and the children prepared for bed, each clutching their precious gifts, Sarah approached the stranger's table with the fearless curiosity that makes childhood so remarkable, sir, she said, with grave courtesy. "I wanted to thank you again for listening this morning when I asked about our gifts. Even though you couldn't help us find who left them, it was kind of you to speak with me." The stranger looked up from his meal, and I saw his face transform with an expression of such tender emotion that I felt like an intruder witnessing something deeply private. "It was entirely my pleasure, young lady," he replied softly. I hope you and your brothers will enjoy your gifts for many years to come." As Sarah returned to her family, I observed the stranger carefully, and what I saw confirmed my growing certainty about his identity as our anonymous benefactor. There was the look of someone who had given a precious gift and derived profound satisfaction from witnessing its reception. Not the satisfaction of recognition or gratitude, but the deeper joy that comes from successful acts of pure generosity. That night, as I prepared for sleep, I found myself reflecting on the extraordinary events of the day. What manner of man travels to a remote village carrying the skills and tools necessary to create such remarkable gifts? What circumstances could drive someone to such elaborate acts of anonymous kindness? And what personal significance did these gestures hold for someone who seemed to carry such a burden of unspoken sorrow? As I settled into bed, I heard once again the soft sounds of careful movement from the adjacent room, but tonight they seemed different, lighter somehow, as though whatever ritual or routine my mysterious neighbour followed had been completed successfully. The image that came to mind was of someone putting away tools after finishing important work, of tasks accomplished and purposes fulfilled. Tomorrow, I told myself as sleep approached, I would make a more determined effort to understand the mystery of our autumn guest. Little did I know that the most revealing discoveries still lay ahead, and that the true depth of the stranger's story would only become apparent in the silence of his departure. The fourth dawn of my Devon sojourn arrived, wrapped in that particular autumn mist that transforms familiar landscapes into something ethereal and mysterious. From my window, I could see the moor emerging gradually from its nocturnal shroud, ancient stones materializing like sleeping giants as the pale sun struggled through layers of vapour. There was something profoundly moving about witnessing this daily resurrection of the landscape, this gentle transition from the realm of dreams to the world of waking consciousness. As had become my morning ritual, I listened carefully for any indication of activity from the adjacent room, but once again encountered only the most profound silence. My mysterious neighbour's ability to move without creating disturbance was becoming almost supernatural in its completeness. Yet I had begun to detect subtle signs of his presence. The faintest creak of floorboards settling after weight had been removed, the whisper of air currents that suggested a door had been carefully opened and closed. This morning, however, something felt different. There was a quality to the silence that suggested not absence, but rather the most careful attention to remaining undetected. My medical training had taught me to recognize the difference between the relaxed quiet of an empty space and the tense stillness of someone consciously avoiding notice. And everything about the atmosphere next door suggested the latter. Downstairs, I discovered Mrs. Morrison in a state of barely contained excitement, moving about her morning preparations with the energy of someone who has witnessed something extraordinary, but hasn't quite determined how to process the experience. She looked up as I entered the breakfast parlour, her face bright with that mixture of wonder and bewilderment that had become familiar over the past few days. "Dr. Watson, you must see what's happened during the night," she announced without preamble. "I thought yesterday's discoveries were remarkable, but this..." She shook her head as though words failed to capture the magnitude of what she'd witnessed. She led me once again to the entrance hall. but the scene that greeted me this morning far exceeded anything I had previously observed. The small table that had held the children's gifts now supported what could only be described as a miniature exhibition. Arranged with museum-like precision were dozens of objects, each one a masterpiece of careful craftsmanship and artistic vision. There were more wooden animals, not just the simple horse that had delighted Tommy, but an entire menagerie, carved with such attention to detail that each creature seemed to possess individual personality. A wise-looking owl, with eyes that seemed to hold ancient secrets, a family of rabbits caught in various poses of alert attention, a majestic stag with antlers so delicately rendered they appeared to be growing before one's eyes. Each piece showed evidence of hours of patient work, the kind of dedication that transforms simple materials into objects of lasting beauty. Beside the wooden creatures lay a collection of pressed flowers, but these were not the casual arrangements one might expect from a nature enthusiast. These were botanical studies of museum quality, each specimen perfectly preserved and mounted between sheets of clear glass with labels written in a precise, educated hand. The text was in Latin, indicating not just artistic skill, but genuine scientific knowledge of plant classification and nomenclature. Most remarkably, there was a series of small paintings, watercolors executed on pieces of fine paper that someone had obviously carried for just such purposes. The subjects were views of the local countryside, but rendered with such sensitivity to light and atmosphere that they captured not just the visual appearance of the landscape, but its emotional essence. One showed the village church at sunset, its ancient stones glowing with warmth. Another depicted the moor in morning mist, conveying all the mystery and timeless beauty that had struck me so forcefully during my own observations. "When did these appear?" I asked, though I felt certain I already knew the answer. "Sometime during the night, just like before," Mrs. Morrison replied. "But Dr. Watson, the quantity and quality of these items. This represents weeks of work, perhaps months. How could one person have prepared so much in advance? And why would anyone go to such elaborate lengths for the sake of strangers?" The questions she raised were indeed puzzling. The sheer volume of work displayed suggested either remarkable foresight and preparation or access to a previously created collection of extraordinary scope. Yet, the perfect appropriateness of each item to its current setting suggested that much of the work had been done specifically with this place and these people in mind. As I examined the display more closely, I began to notice details that spoke of intimate knowledge of the inn and its inhabitants. One of the watercolor paintings showed the view from what I was certain was the window of the stranger's own room, painted at a time of day when the light fell across the garden in precisely the pattern I had observed during my own evening contemplations. Another depicted Mrs. Morrison's grandchildren playing in the garden, captured with such affectionate accuracy that it could only have been done by someone who'd observed them extensively. "Mrs. Morrison," I said carefully, "has your mysterious guest spent much time in the common areas? Has he shown particular interest in observing the daily life of the inn?" She considered the question thoughtfully. "Not in any obvious way, but now that you mention it, he does seem to be present whenever the children are about. Not intrusively, you understand, but always somewhere nearby, as though he enjoys watching their games and listening to their chatter." I've noticed him at his window when they play in the garden, and he often lingers in the common room when they're having their lessons with me. The picture that emerged was of someone who derived profound satisfaction from observing family life, while remaining carefully outside its boundaries. There was something both touching and melancholy about such behaviour, suggesting a person who appreciated the warmth of domestic happiness while feeling unable or unwilling to participate directly. Henry arrived as I was conducting my examination of the night's offerings, and his reaction provided confirmation of my growing assessment of their extraordinary quality. As someone who had travelled extensively and encountered fine craftsmanship in many forms, he was uniquely qualified to appreciate the skill evident in these creations. "This is museum-quality work, Watson," he said after studying several pieces with careful attention. "The technical skill alone would require years of training and practice. But there's something more here. A sensitivity to subject matter that speaks of genuine artistic vision. Whoever created these pieces isn't just skilled, they're genuinely gifted. And yet," I observed, "they're being given away anonymously to people who are essentially strangers. What manner of person possesses such abilities and chooses to share them in such a way?" The question hung between us as we continued our examination of the display. Each piece revealed new layers of complexity and care. The pressed flowers were labelled not just with their scientific names, but with notes about their traditional medicinal uses and folklore significance, suggesting someone with extensive knowledge of herbalism and local customs. The wooden carvings showed evidence of different techniques and finishing methods, indicating either multiple craftsmen or a single individual with remarkably diverse skills. Most intriguingly, several of the pieces bore tiny initials carved or painted in inconspicuous locations. Not a signature in any conventional sense, but small marks that might serve as identification for someone who knew what to look for. The initials were H.D., rendered in a style that suggested they held personal significance for their creator. The children's arrival transformed the morning's contemplative atmosphere into one of pure joy. It had been added at a different time, was particularly poignant. I watch them, and remember what it was to be part of such warmth, such simple happiness. Every gift is an attempt to contribute something meaningful to their lives while maintaining the distance that circumstances require. Perhaps this is the only form of family I can now permit myself, observed from afar, celebrated through anonymous offerings, treasured in memory. Henry and I read these passages in respectful silence, both recognizing that we were witnessing something deeply private and profound. The notebook revealed not the activities of an eccentric stranger, but the efforts of someone using remarkable skills and sensitivity to create connection across barriers that prevented more direct engagement. "We should not be reading this," Henry said quietly, and I agreed. The notebook was clearly personal, and its contents revealed emotions and circumstances that its author had not intended to share. We carefully replaced it exactly as we had found it, and departed the workshop with a new understanding of the complexity of our mysterious guest's situation. As we walked back toward the village, we encountered the stranger himself, returning from what appeared to have been an extensive expedition across the moor. His appearance this morning was notably different from his previous careful grooming. His clothes showed signs of considerable exertion, and there was mud on his boots and heather clinging to his coat. Most significantly, he carried a large leather satchel that appeared to be heavy with collected materials. When he noticed our approach, his expression showed a moment of what might have been alarm, as though he feared we might have discovered something that should have remained hidden. But as we drew closer, his features composed themselves into the careful neutrality that characterized his public demeanor. "Good morning, gentlemen," he said politely, his voice carrying that same educated accent I had noted during his brief conversation with Sarah. "I trust you are enjoying your exploration of our beautiful countryside." "Indeed we are," I replied, studying his face for any sign of the emotional complexity I now knew lay beneath his reserved exterior. The moor offers remarkable opportunities for both natural observation and quiet contemplation. Something in my words seemed to resonate with him, for his expression softened slightly. "Yes," he said quietly, "there is something profoundly healing about landscapes that have remained unchanged for centuries. They offer perspective on the temporary nature of individual sorrows and the enduring power of natural beauty." The comment revealed more about his state of mind than he might have intended, and I found myself moved by the underlying sadness in his voice. Here was a man who understood suffering and had learned to find solace in the timeless patterns of nature, someone who had developed the ability to appreciate beauty while carrying personal burdens that remained carefully hidden. "Are you perhaps an artist or naturalist?" Henry inquired with the directness that had served him well during his military career. "Your appreciation for the landscape suggests professional interest as well as personal enjoyment." For a moment, the stranger seemed tempted to respond more fully, and I glimpsed something that might have been longing for normal conversation and human connection. But then the barriers reasserted themselves, and his features resumed their careful neutrality. "I dabble in various pursuits," he said noncommittally. "The moor provides inspiration for many forms of creative expression." As he prepared to continue toward the inn, his gaze fell upon the satchel he carried, and I detected a brief look of concern, as though he feared we might inquire about its contents. The bag clearly contained materials for his evening's work: branches suitable for carving, stones of particular shapes and colors, flowers and plants for pressing and study. That evening, as we gathered for dinner, I observed our mysterious guest with new understanding of the complexity of his situation. The notebook had revealed someone struggling with profound loneliness, while possessing both the skills and the sensitivity to create extraordinary beauty for others. His careful observation of the inn's daily life, his meticulous preparation of gifts that would bring maximum joy, and his desperate maintenance of anonymity painted a picture of someone seeking connection while feeling compelled to maintain isolation. The children's continued delight in their expanding collection of treasures provided a counterpoint to the melancholy that seemed to characterize their anonymous benefactor. Their innocent joy in receiving gifts, without questioning their source, offered a lesson in grace that even adults might benefit from studying. As the evening progressed, I noticed that the stranger's attention was drawn repeatedly to the family scenes playing out around him. Mrs. Morrison's maternal care for her grandchildren, the easy affection between siblings, the comfortable domesticity that transforms a commercial establishment into something approaching a home. His expression during these observations was complex, mixing appreciation, longing, and something that might have been vicarious satisfaction. That night, as I prepared for sleep, I found myself reflecting on the profound questions raised by the day's discoveries. What circumstances could drive someone of such evident refinement and skill to seek connection through anonymous gifts? What personal history had created someone who understood family love so well but felt unable to participate in it directly? The sounds from the adjacent room that night were different, more purposeful, suggesting someone engaged in detailed work that required concentration and skill. I could hear the soft sounds of materials being arranged, tools being used with careful precision, and the occasional pause that suggested critical evaluation of work in progress. As I drifted towards sleep, I found myself hoping that whatever drove our mysterious guest to such elaborate acts of anonymous kindness, he was finding in the children's joy and the family's appreciation some measure of the connection and warmth that he so clearly needed. The mystery of his identity and circumstances remained unsolved, but the nobility of his character was becoming increasingly clear. Tomorrow, I promised myself, I would find a way to offer some gesture of understanding and appreciation that might penetrate his carefully maintained isolation without violating his need for privacy. Little did I know that circumstances were about to take a turn that would render such intentions moot, and that the mystery of our autumn guest was approaching its most poignant chapter. I awoke on the 5th morning of my Devon sojourn to a silence that seemed different from the gentle quiet of previous dawns. There was something final about it, a quality of emptiness that spoke not of peaceful rest, but of absence. The autumn mist lay heavier than usual across the moor, creating a landscape that seemed suspended between seasons, between presence and memory. Through my window, the familiar view appeared ghostly and insubstantial, as though the very earth were preparing to surrender something precious to the inexorable passage of time. Even before I had fully awakened, some instinct warned me that this day would bring change. The air itself seemed charged with the peculiar tension that precedes significant endings, and as I listened for the now familiar sounds of careful movement from the adjacent room, I encountered only the most profound silence, not the controlled quiet of someone deliberately avoiding notice, but the absolute stillness of a space that has been recently and permanently vacated. The realization struck me with unexpected force. Our mysterious guest had departed during the night, leaving behind only questions and the lingering fragrance of his extraordinary kindness. I dressed quickly, driven by an urgency I couldn't fully explain, but which seemed to demand immediate attention to whatever final messages or clues he might have left behind. Downstairs, I found Mrs. Morrison in the breakfast parlour, but her usual morning energy was subdued by an atmosphere of bewilderment and loss. She looked up as I entered, her face reflecting the same sense of incompletion that I was experiencing. The feeling that comes when a story reaches its conclusion before all its mysteries have been satisfactorily resolved. "He's gone, Dr. Watson," she said without preamble, her voice carrying a mixture of sadness and wonder. "Departed sometime during the night, as quietly as he lived among us. Left his key on the front desk with payment for his stay, but She paused, searching for words to express the complexity of what his departure had meant to the inn's small community. No farewell? No explanation? I asked, though I already suspected the answer. Nothing beyond what was necessary for settling his account, she replied. But Dr. Watson, you must see what he left behind. It's as though he spent his entire stay preparing one final gift that would encompass everything he had observed and appreciated during his time with us. She led me to the entrance hall, where the table that had become our exhibition space now supported what could only be described as a masterwork of thoughtful generosity. The display had been arranged with the care of a museum curator, each element placed to create maximum visual impact while telling a coherent story about the life and character of the inn's inhabitants. At the center of the arrangement stood a wooden sculpture, unlike anything I had previously encountered. It was a perfect miniature replica of the Moorland Inn itself, carved with such exquisite detail that every stone in the walls, every pane in the windows, every brick in the chimneys had been individually rendered. The scale was remarkable. Small enough to be held comfortably in two hands, yet so precisely executed that it captured not just the physical appearance of the building, but its essential character as a haven of warmth and hospitality. The inn's garden had been recreated in the miniature, around the base of the sculpture, complete with tiny flowers carved from wood and painted in colours so subtle and accurate that they seemed to have been plucked from life rather than created from memory. Small figures, no larger than my thumb, populated the scene. Mrs. Morrison at her kitchen door, the children playing their favourite games, even myself and Henry engaged in conversation by the garden wall. "Look at the detail," Mrs. Morrison whispered, her voice filled with awe. "He's captured moments from every day of his stay, memories that I didn't even realize he was observing and treasuring." Indeed, the sculpture told the complete story of daily life at the inn, with an accuracy that spoke of profound attention and genuine affection. Each figure was positioned to represent specific moments I could remember. Sarah, reading by her favourite window, Tommy, playing with his wooden horse, William practising on his whistle in the garden's morning light. But it was the windows of the sculpture that provided the most moving discovery. Peering through the tiny panes, one could see miniature interiors that perfectly captured the warmth and character of the inn's actual rooms. The common room with its comfortable chairs arranged around the fireplace, the breakfast parlour with its welcoming tables, even what appeared to be his own room, rendered with the careful attention of someone who had found sanctuary in its simple comfort. Beside the sculpture lay a leather portfolio, bound with a ribbon that had been tied with the same careful precision that characterized everything connected with our mysterious guest, Mrs. Morrison. Opened it to reveal a collection of drawings and paintings that documented his entire stay. But these were not merely artistic exercises. They were love letters to the life he had witnessed and been unable to join. The first page contained a detailed sketch of the inn, as it appeared on the morning of his arrival, drawn with the eye of someone who understood architecture and appreciated the timeless beauty of buildings that have evolved organically over centuries. Subsequent pages showed the same scene at different times of day and in various weather conditions, creating a complete visual record of how light and atmosphere transformed the familiar into something magical. But It was the portraits that truly revealed the depth of his observation and the extent of his emotional engagement. Mrs. Morrison was depicted in dozens of small studies, at work in her kitchen, greeting guests in the hall, caring for her grandchildren with the natural grace that makes maternal love seem effortless. Each drawing captured not just her physical appearance, but her essential character, the warmth and competence that made her the heart of the inn's community. The children were rendered with the special tenderness that adults reserve for the young. Sarah appeared in various poses of concentration and joy, reading by the window, examining her pressed flowers, engaging in serious conversation with her doll. Tommy was shown in constant motion, running through the garden, riding his wooden horse on imaginary adventures, sleeping with the peaceful expression that comes only to those who have spent their days in wholesome activity. William appeared in studies that captured his position as the thoughtful middle child, listening to adult conversation with the grave attention of someone eager to understand the world, practicing his music with the dedication that promises future accomplishment, caring for his younger brother with the protective instincts that mark the beginning of mature responsibility. There were sketches of Henry and myself, as well drawn with the objective eye of someone trained to read character through observation. I was somewhat startled to recognize myself in poses and expressions I had not realized anyone was studying, rendered with an accuracy that spoke of extensive and careful attention. But perhaps most revealing were the drawings that showed the inn's life from the perspective of someone who considered himself an outsider looking in. These were views through windows, glimpses from doorways, studies of family interactions, observed from careful distances. They told the story of someone who had found profound meaning in witnessing happiness while feeling unable to participate in it directly. The final pages of the portfolio contained something entirely unexpected: detailed architectural drawings for improvements and additions to the inn. These were professional quality designs showing how the building could be expanded to accommodate more guests while maintaining its essential character, how the garden could be enhanced to provide even greater beauty and utility, how modern conveniences could be added without destroying the timeless atmosphere that made the place so special. He must be a trained architect, I observed to Mrs. Morrison as we studied these detailed plans. These drawings show professional knowledge of construction techniques and building regulations. More than that, she replied thoughtfully. These designs show someone who understood exactly what made this place special and wanted to help preserve and enhance those qualities. Look at how he's planned the new wing. It would blend so seamlessly with the existing structure that visitors would assume it had always been part of the original design. The implications were staggering. Our mysterious guest had not simply been observing life at the inn. He had been studying it with the trained eye of a professional, developing plans that would allow the Morrison family to expand their business while maintaining everything that made it precious. The financial value of such professional consultation would be considerable, yet it was being offered as anonymously as the children's wooden toys. But the most moving discovery was yet to come. Tucked into the portfolio's back pocket was a sealed envelope marked "For the Proprietress," in the same careful hand we had seen in the workshop notebook. Mrs. Morrison opened it with trembling fingers, revealing a letter written on fine paper with the sort of penmanship that speaks of excellent education and natural refinement. "My dear Mrs. Morrison," the letter began, and she read it aloud in a voice that grew increasingly emotional as the content revealed itself. "I must depart this morning without the formal farewells that courtesy demands, for I find that gratitude of the depth I feel toward you and your family cannot be adequately expressed in words. Your inn has provided me with something I had not experienced in far too long, a glimpse of family life lived with genuine love and natural grace. During my stay, I have been privileged to witness the daily miracle of a home where kindness is the governing principle, where children are raised with both affection and wisdom, where guests are welcomed not merely as sources of revenue, but as temporary members of an extended family. Such hospitality is becoming increasingly rare in our modern world, and I wanted you to know how profoundly it has affected someone who had almost forgotten that such warmth still existed. The small gifts I have left during my residence were inadequate expressions of my appreciation for the joy your family has brought to my life simply by being yourselves. Watching Sarah's delight in literature, Tommy's boundless energy and imagination, William's growing wisdom and musical sensitivity, and your own maternal care for them all, has reminded me of everything that makes life worth living. The architectural drawings I have included are offered in the hope that they might prove useful, should you ever wish to expand your establishment. They represent my professional assessment of how such expansion could be accomplished, while preserving everything that makes your inn special. Please consider them a small return for the hospitality you have shown a stranger who needed refuge more than he was able to express. I am leaving also a small token that I hope will serve as a permanent reminder of the autumn days when a lonely traveller found unexpected sanctuary in your midst. It is placed where it will catch the morning light and perhaps bring some small measure of the joy that your family has brought to me. With gratitude beyond measure and hopes for your continued happiness, H. Derwent. The signature provided at last a name for our mysterious benefactor, though it raised as many questions as it answered. Henry Derwent, the initials we had observed on his careful creations, but who was he? What profession had trained him in architectural drawing? What circumstances had brought him to Devon in search of the sort of sanctuary he described? But Mrs. Morrison was not dwelling on such questions. Her attention had been captured by his reference to a final token, and we immediately began searching for whatever gift he might have left behind. We found it at last in the inn's front window, positioned to catch the morning light exactly as he had promised. It was a stained glass panel, no larger than a dinner plate, but executed with the skill of a medieval craftsman. The design depicted the inn itself, surrounded by the garden where the children played, but rendered in jewel-like colours that transformed the familiar scene into something approaching the sacred. The morning sun, streaming through the coloured glass, cast rainbow patterns across the floor, turning the simple entrance hall into a cathedral of light and memory. He must have been working on this throughout his entire stay. I breathed amazed by the technical skill evident in every detail. Stained glass work of this quality requires specialized tools and considerable experience. The panel was signed in one corner with the same HD. we had seen before, but executed in lead came, that made it part of the design, rather than a separate addition. Clearly, Henry Derwent was a man of diverse and exceptional talents, someone whose professional skills encompassed architecture, wood carving, botanical illustration, and now stained glass artistry. Henry arrived as we were marvelling over this final gift, and his reaction confirmed our assessment of its extraordinary quality. This is museum-caliber work, Watson. The sort of craftsmanship one sees in the finest cathedral windows. How could a single individual possess such diverse skills? The question hung between us as we continued to explore the full extent of Derwent's final gifts. In the garden, we discovered that he had completed his installations of natural art, creating what amounted to an outdoor sculpture gallery using only materials provided by the moor itself. Stone cairns stood at strategic locations, their careful construction creating focal points that drew the eye and encouraged contemplation. Arrangements of pressed flowers had been placed under sheets of glass and positioned to catch various qualities of light throughout the day. Most remarkably, he had created what could only be described as a memorial garden in one corner of the property, a space where the wild beauty of the moor had been carefully cultivated without being domesticated. Native plants had been arranged in patterns that seemed natural, but revealed themselves to be artfully composed, creating a space that was both wildly beautiful and deeply peaceful. The children's discovery of these final gifts was both joyous and poignant. Their delight in the expanded treasures was tempered by the gradual realization that their mysterious benefactor was gone forever. Sarah, with the intuitive wisdom that often characterizes sensitive children, seemed to understand the significance of what had occurred. "He was very sad, wasn't he?" she observed as she studied the stained glass panel. "All these beautiful things he made for us. They were his way of saying goodbye to something he loved, but couldn't stay with." Her words struck me as remarkably perceptive, capturing something essential about Henry Derwent's situation that even I, with all my professional training in understanding human nature, had not articulated so clearly. Here was a man who had found something precious, a family life lived with genuine love and natural grace, but who felt compelled by circumstances we could not understand to remain forever outside its warmth. As the day progressed, I found myself increasingly determined to understand who Henry Derwent really was, and what circumstances had brought him to the Moorland Inn in such desperate need of the sanctuary he described. The quality of his work, the breadth of his skills, and the depth of his emotional response to family life suggested someone of considerable accomplishment and refinement, yet also someone carrying burdens that had effectively isolated him from normal human connection. I spent the afternoon exploring the abandoned workshop one final time, hoping to find clues that might illuminate Derwent's identity and circumstances. What I discovered there provided partial answers while deepening the overall mystery of his situation. The workshop had been cleaned and organized with the same careful attention to detail that characterized all his work tools, had been returned to their proper places, workbenches cleared of debris and sketches removed from the walls. But in a corner that might easily have been overlooked, I found a small collection of newspaper clippings that had obviously been saved for personal reasons. The clippings told a story of professional accomplishment and personal tragedy that began to explain both Derwent's skills and his circumstances. Several articles from London newspapers described the work of renowned architect Henry Derwent in connection with various prestigious commissions, churches, public buildings, private estates designed for wealthy clients who clearly valued both innovation and sensitivity to historical context. But interspersed with these professional accolades were notices of a different sort. An obituary for Mrs. Eleanor Derwent, beloved wife of architect Henry Derwent, described a woman of considerable accomplishment, in her own right a botanical illustrator, whose work had been featured in several important scientific publications. The notice mentioned that she had died after a lengthy illness borne with remarkable courage and grace, and that she was survived by her husband and two beloved children, Sarah and Thomas. The significance of those names struck me like a physical blow. Sarah and Thomas, or Tommy, as a boy of that age might be called. The children whose games and conversations Derwent had observed with such tender attention bore the same names as his own departed son and daughter. Additional clippings revealed the completion of the tragedy. A brief notice reported the deaths of Master Thomas and Miss Sarah Derwent in a railway accident that had occurred less than 2 years after their mother's passing. The children had been travelling with their governess to visit relatives when their train had derailed, claiming 17 lives, including those of both Derwent children. The final clipping was the most heartbreaking, a notice of the closure of Henry Derwent's architectural practice, citing personal circumstances that require an indefinite leave of absence from professional responsibilities. Reading between the lines, it was clear that the loss of his entire family had left him unable to maintain the social and professional connections that his career required. Henry found me in the workshop as I was absorbing the full impact of these discoveries, and one look at my face told him that I had uncovered something significant. I shared with him what I had learned, and we stood together in contemplative silence as the implications of Derwent's story became clear. He came here seeking not just solitude, but a specific kind of healing, Henry observed quietly. The inn provided him with the opportunity to witness family life lived with the same love and grace he had once known, to experience vicariously, through Mrs. Morrison's grandchildren, the joy his own children had brought to his life, and his gifts. I added understanding now the full significance of his careful observations and creations, were his way of participating in their lives, of continuing to be a father and husband and creator of beauty, even though his own family was gone forever. The afternoon light streaming through the workshop windows seemed different, now that I understood the full story of what had transpired there. This had not been merely a place where a skilled craftsman had created beautiful objects. It had been a sanctuary where a grieving father had found a way to express love that had no remaining object, to continue creating joy for children who reminded him of his own lost son and daughter. That evening, as Henry and I dined at the inn, the atmosphere was subdued by our new understanding of what Derwent's departure truly meant. Mrs. Morrison had arranged his stained glass panel so that it caught the light from the setting sun, transforming the entrance hall into a cathedral of coloured light. The children played quietly with their treasures, somehow sensing that these were not merely toys, but sacred objects created by someone for whom their joy had provided the only remaining purpose in life. As we prepared to retire, I found myself standing at the window of my room, looking out over the moor, where Derwent had walked each morning in search of materials for his gifts, and perhaps for the peace that had so long eluded him. The landscape looked different now, charged with the knowledge of the profound human drama that had played out within sight of its ancient stones. The room next to mine stood empty now, its silence no longer mysterious, but deeply poignant. I could picture Henry Derwent in those final hours, carefully packing his few belongings while leaving behind everything that had given meaning to his stay. He had found, for a few brief days, a way to be part of a family again, to express love and care and creativity in service of others' happiness. But circumstances, whatever they might be, had required him to move on, carrying with him only the memory of children's laughter and the satisfaction of having created beauty in a world that had taken everything beautiful from his own life. The pressed autumn leaf he had mentioned in his letter, his final token, remained to be discovered, and I suspected it would prove to be as carefully chosen and perfectly placed as everything else he had left behind. As sleep approached, I found myself hoping that wherever his journey might take him, Henry Derwent would carry with him some measure of the peace and purpose he had found at the Moorland Inn. His gifts had enriched the lives of everyone who encountered them, but, perhaps more importantly, the act of giving them had provided him with a way to continue living meaningfully, despite losses that might have destroyed a lesser man. The mystery of the autumn guest was solved, but its resolution brought not satisfaction, but a profound sense of both sadness and admiration for the human capacity to create beauty and meaning even in the depths of personal tragedy. Tomorrow, I knew, would bring new perspectives on what I had witnessed, but tonight I was content to honour the memory of a man who had shown me that love, once awakened, never truly dies, but simply seeks new forms of expression. 2 days passed in the wake of Henry Derwent's departure, days filled with the peculiar melancholy that follows the conclusion of something profound, yet incomplete. The Moorland Inn seemed somehow larger and emptier despite the presence of all its usual inhabitants, as though Derwent's careful observation had filled spaces that his absence now left conspicuously vacant. Mrs. Morrison moved through her daily routines with the distracted air of someone repeatedly reaching for something that was no longer there, while the children played with their treasures with a new appreciation, born of understanding that their creator was gone forever. I found myself unable to settle into the peaceful routine that had characterized my first days in Devon. The mystery of Henry Derwent, now solved in its essential facts, but not in its deeper implications, continued to occupy my thoughts with an intensity that surprised me. Perhaps it was the completeness of his tragedy, the way his story encompassed both the heights of human accomplishment and the depths of personal loss, that made it impossible to simply file away among my collection of interesting encounters. Henry Pemberton, meanwhile, had begun to show signs of the restless energy that I recognized in myself. Our daily explorations of the countryside had taken on a perfunctory quality, as though we were both waiting for something to restore the sense of purpose that Derwent's presence had unknowingly provided. We spoke often of what we had witnessed, but our conversations seemed to circle around questions that had no satisfactory answers. It was on the morning of the 7th day of my stay that Mrs. Morrison appeared in the breakfast parlour with an expression of barely contained excitement that immediately captured my attention. She approached my table with the sort of purposeful energy that suggested significant news, and I looked up from my morning paper with anticipation. "Dr. Watson, you have a visitor," she announced, her voice carrying a note of barely suppressed delight. "A gentleman has just arrived from London asking specifically for you. He mentioned that he was expected, though I must confess I had no knowledge of any planned visit." My heart quickened with sudden understanding. Only one person would arrive unannounced at a remote Devon inn and expect to find me there. Only one individual possessed both the deductive powers to track my location and the audacity to appear without warning, precisely when his unique talents might be most needed. "Sherlock Holmes, I presume," I said, rising from my chair with a mixture of pleasure and curiosity about what had prompted this unexpected journey. "Indeed," came a familiar voice from the doorway, and I turned to see my friend entering the breakfast parlour with that characteristic blend of energy and observation that marked his approach to any new environment. His keen grey eyes were already cataloguing every detail of his surroundings, from the comfortable furnishings to the quality of light streaming through the windows, from Mrs. Morrison's expression of excited welcome to my own obvious state of eager anticipation. "Holmes!" I exclaimed, genuinely delighted by his appearance. "What brings you to Devon? I thought you had chemical experiments that required your attention in Baker Street." "Completed more rapidly than anticipated," he replied, accepting Mrs. Morrison's offer of breakfast with the gracious manner he reserved for those who had earned his respect. "And when Mrs. Hudson mentioned receiving a telegram from a Major Pemberton requesting my immediate presence to assist with a matter of considerable delicacy involving my esteemed colleague Dr. Watson, I confess my curiosity was sufficiently aroused to warrant the journey." I looked at him with surprise. "Pemberton sent for you?" But he showed nothing but scepticism about my tendency to find mystery in ordinary events. Holmes settled into his chair with the satisfied expression of someone whose arrival had achieved its intended effect. "Ah, Watson, but perhaps events have occurred that have convinced even the good Major that some mysteries require more than skepticism to resolve them satisfactorily." At that moment, Henry himself appeared in the doorway, his face bearing an expression of sheepish determination that suggested he had indeed been the architect of Holmes's unexpected arrival. He approached our table with the manner of someone who had made a decision he hoped he would not come to regret. "Mr. Holmes," he said, extending his hand with military directness, "I must apologize for the irregular manner of my invitation, but circumstances have arisen that I believe warrant your particular expertise." Holmes studied Henry with the intense attention he reserved for new acquaintances who might prove either useful or problematic. "Major Pemberton, I presume. Your telegram suggested matters of considerable urgency, though Dr. Watson's letters have indicated nothing more pressing than exceptional country hospitality and peaceful rural pursuits. That was before yesterday evening," Henry replied, his expression growing serious. "Before we discovered that our mysterious guest left behind more than gifts and artistic treasures. before we realized that Henry Derwent's story might be more complex than even Dr. Watson's detective instincts had suspected. Holmes's eyebrows rose with the keen interest that indicated his full attention had been captured. Henry Derwent? And what, pray tell, has Mr. Derwent done to warrant such concern? What followed was a detailed recounting of everything we had observed and discovered during Derwent's stay at the inn. Henry and I took turns describing the anonymous gifts, the workshop discoveries, the final revelations about Derwent's tragic personal history, and the extraordinary legacy he had left behind. Holmes listened with the complete attention that characterized his approach to any puzzle, occasionally asking questions that revealed the rapid development of theories and hypotheses. But it was when we reached the events of the previous evening that Holmes's interest sharpened to the razor focus I knew so well. Henry described how he had been unable to sleep, troubled by questions about Derwent's true circumstances, and had decided to make one final examination of the abandoned workshop. What I found there, Henry said quietly, was evidence that our Mr. Derwent had been less than completely honest about the nature of his residence at the inn. He produced from his jacket pocket a leather portfolio that I had not seen before, clearly more recent than the newspaper clippings I had discovered. Holmes received it with the careful attention he devoted to any piece of evidence, and as he examined its contents, his expression grew increasingly thoughtful. The portfolio contained correspondence, letters written to Henry Derwent, and several that appeared to be drafts of letters he had written, but perhaps never sent. The picture they painted was of a man whose circumstances were far more complex than even his tragic personal history could explain. Most illuminating, Holmes murmured as he studied one particular document. A letter from the Home Office stated 3 weeks ago regarding the suspension of your consulting arrangements pending resolution of the matters discussed in our previous correspondence. And here, a draft letter to someone identified only as CM, expressing regret about the necessity of maintaining distance from professional colleagues until circumstances permit a complete explanation of recent events. He looked up from the documents with the expression of someone whose theoretical framework was rapidly crystallizing into certainty. Gentlemen, I fear we are dealing with more than a grieving widower seeking solace in country hospitality. Mr. Derwent appears to have been in some form of professional difficulty, possibly involving matters of national security. Mrs. Morrison, who had been listening to our conversation with growing alarm, approached our table with obvious concern. Mr. Holmes, surely you don't mean to suggest that our quiet guest was some sort of criminal? The man who created such beautiful gifts for my grandchildren, who left such thoughtful plans for improving the inn. Holmes's expression softened as he regarded her maternal distress. On the contrary, Mrs. Morrison, I suspect Mr. Derwent was precisely the honourable gentleman he appeared to be, but one whose professional expertise had involved him in circumstances that required temporary withdrawal from normal society. The quality of his work, the depth of his knowledge, and the genuine nature of his emotional responses all suggest someone of exceptional character who found himself in an exceptionally difficult position. He turned back to the portfolio, studying additional documents with the methodical attention that preceded his most impressive deductions. Watson, You mentioned that the newspaper clippings described him as a renowned architect specializing in prestigious commissions. What you may not have realized is that such architects, particularly those with expertise in both historical restoration and modern security concerns, are frequently consulted by government departments on matters involving sensitive installations. The implications of his observation began to dawn on me. You mean he may have been privy to information that made his continued presence in London problematic? More than problematic, Watson. I suspect that Henry Derwent possessed knowledge that certain parties considered dangerous, and that his retreat to Devon was not entirely voluntary. Holmes selected another document from the portfolio. A letter bearing the seal of a government department I recognized, but could not identify with certainty. This correspondence suggests that Mr. Derwent had been asked to provide consultation on the security arrangements for a particular government building. Work that may have revealed information about vulnerabilities that could be exploited by hostile interests. When those vulnerabilities were subsequently exploited, possibly by someone with access to his confidential reports, suspicion naturally fell upon the consultant who had identified them. Henry leaned forward with intense interest. You're suggesting he was suspected of treason? Suspected, yes, but almost certainly innocent of any wrongdoing beyond the misfortune of possessing inconvenient knowledge. Holmes set down the papers and steepled his fingers in the gesture that indicated he was organizing his conclusions. The evidence suggests a man caught in circumstances beyond his control, someone whose professional competence had made him a liability to be managed, rather than a criminal to be prosecuted. The picture Holmes was painting explained much about Derwent's behavior during his stay at the inn. His careful anonymity, his reluctance to engage in normal social interactions, his obvious need for emotional sanctuary while maintaining distance from anything that might reveal his location or circumstances. All of it pointed to someone hiding not from justice, but from injustice. But if he was innocent, I asked, why did he not simply present evidence of his good faith to the authorities? Holmes smiled with the satisfaction of someone whose deductions were being confirmed by logical inquiry. Because, Watson, in matters involving national security, innocence and guilt are often less important than perception and convenience. A man whose professional knowledge has become politically inconvenient may find that his protests of innocence only serve to make him more problematic for those who must manage the situation. Mrs. Morrison had been following our conversation with growing understanding and sympathy. Then he truly was seeking sanctuary here, not just from personal grief, but from circumstances that threatened his safety and freedom. Precisely, Holmes confirmed. And his gifts to your family, his careful documentation of life at the inn, his obvious emotional investment in your daily routines. All of these behaviors suggest someone who had found, perhaps for the first time in months, a place where he could experience normal human connection without fear of discovery or betrayal. The full tragedy of Derwent's situation was now clear. A man who had lost his entire family to accident and disease had then been thrust into professional circumstances that isolated him from human connection at the very time when he most needed emotional support. His stay at the Moorland Inn had provided not just physical refuge, but the opportunity to participate vicariously in family life, while contributing something meaningful to the happiness of others. "There's more," Henry said quietly, producing another document from the portfolio. "This appears to be a draft of a letter he was composing to someone in authority, someone he addressed as Sir Charles. In it, he outlines evidence that would presumably clear his name and identify the actual source of the security breach he was suspected of causing." Holmes examined the document with renewed interest. Sir Charles Whitmore, most likely, currently serving as permanent Undersecretary at the Home Office. If Derwent had evidence that would resolve his situation favourably, why did he not present it formally? The answer came to Henry and me simultaneously, and we exchanged glances of sudden understanding. "Because," I said slowly, "presenting such evidence would require him to return to London, to expose himself to whatever forces had made his retreat necessary in the first place." "Exactly, Watson." Mr. Derwent found himself in the classic dilemma of the innocent man caught in circumstances beyond his control. He could clear his name only by putting himself at risk, and he could remain safe only by allowing suspicion to persist. Holmes rose from his chair and began pacing the room with the restless energy that indicated his mind was working at maximum capacity. The question now becomes, what was the nature of his departure? Did he leave voluntarily to continue his exile, or was his location discovered by those who had made his retreat necessary? The possibility that Derwent's peaceful sanctuary had been compromised sent a chill through everyone present. Mrs. Morrison's expression showed particular distress at the thought that her inn might have been the scene of something more sinister than a voluntary departure. "Mr. Holmes," she said urgently, surely there would have been signs of struggle, evidence of unwilling departure. The man left gifts and careful arrangements. Would someone taken against his will have had the opportunity for such preparations? Holmes paused in his pacing to consider her observation. An excellent point. Mrs. Morrison, the careful nature of his final arrangements does suggest voluntary departure, but it might also indicate someone who'd received warning of impending discovery and had time to prepare accordingly. He moved to the window and stood looking out over the moor with the concentrated attention he brought to analysing crime scenes. "Watson, you mentioned that he left a final token, a pressed autumn leaf, as a permanent reminder of his stay. Where exactly did you find this item?" I realised, with sudden embarrassment, that in the excitement of discovering Derwent's other gifts and learning his tragic history, we had never actually located the pressed leaf he had mentioned in his farewell letter. The omission now seemed glaring, particularly given Holmes's obvious interest in the detail. "I'm afraid we haven't found it yet," I admitted. "With all the other discoveries, we rather forgot to conduct a thorough search for that particular item." Holmes turned from the window with the expression of someone whose theoretical framework had just received crucial confirmation. "Then I suggest, gentlemen, that we remedy that oversight immediately. In my experience, when someone takes care to mention a specific detail in what may be their final communication, that detail invariably proves significant." What followed was the most thorough search of the inn's premises that had ever been conducted. Holmes approached the task with the methodical precision he brought to examining crime scenes, while Henry, Mrs. Morrison, and I followed his lead, checking every location where a pressed leaf might logically be placed. It was Sarah who ultimately made the discovery, with the intuitive insight that children often bring to adult mysteries. She approached Holmes with the grave courtesy she'd shown to every adult who had taken her seriously during the preceding week. "Mr. Holmes," she said politely, "if I were leaving a special flower for someone to find, I would put it somewhere that would make them happy when they saw it. Somewhere they went every day, but somewhere special." Holmes looked down at the child with the respectful attention he reserved for those whose observations proved illuminating. "And where, Miss Sarah, would such a location be?" She led us to her grandmother's private sitting room, a comfortable space behind the kitchen where Mrs. Morrison spent her quiet evening hours with needlework and correspondence. There, pressed carefully between the pages of the family Bible that lay opened on her reading table, was a single autumn leaf of extraordinary beauty. But it was not merely a pressed leaf. As Holmes lifted it carefully from its resting place, we could see that it had been prepared with the same artistic skill that characterized all of Derwent's work. The leaf had been treated to preserve not just its shape, but its color, and tiny words had been written along its surface in ink so fine it was barely visible. Holmes produced his magnifying glass and studied the inscription with intense concentration. What he read there brought a smile of satisfaction to his features, the expression of someone whose deductions had been completely vindicated. "For those who showed a stranger kindness when kindness was his greatest need," he read aloud. "The autumn of one life found spring in witnessing the daily miracle of love lived without thought of reward. H.D. October 1890. Safe journey assured." The final phrase sent a wave of relief through everyone present. Safe journey assured. Words that indicated Derwent had left voluntarily and with confidence in his ability to reach whatever destination he had chosen. But Holmes wasn't finished with his examination. He continued studying the leaf with his magnifying glass, paying particular attention to areas where the natural surface had been slightly disturbed. "Remarkable," he murmured finally. Mr. Derwent was indeed a man of exceptional ingenuity. "Watson, observe the stem of this leaf. Do you notice anything unusual about its structure?" I examined the specimen through his magnifying glass and was astonished to see that what appeared to be the natural stem of the leaf was actually a tiny roll of paper, so carefully attached that it seemed part of the original plant structure. Holmes carefully separated the hidden message from its natural camouflage and unrolled it to reveal writing so small it was barely legible, even under magnification. But what he read there brought an expression of profound satisfaction to his features. "Gentlemen," he announced, "we have just witnessed one of the most ingenious methods of concealing important information that I have ever encountered. Mr. Derwent has used this apparently innocent token to hide evidence that will not only clear his name, but expose the actual perpetrators of the security breach for which he was blamed. The tiny scroll contained, in abbreviated form, detailed information about dates, locations, and individuals that painted a complete picture of the conspiracy that had destroyed Derwent's reputation and forced his exile. Names, meeting places, financial transactions, everything needed to demonstrate both his innocence and the guilt of those who had betrayed their country while allowing suspicion to fall upon him. He left this here." Holmes continued, "not just as a sentimental token, but as insurance. If anything happened to him during his continued exile, or if circumstances prevented him from presenting this eidvance directly to proper authorities, it would eventually be discovered and its significance recognized. Mrs. Morrison was studying the leaf with renewed amazement. He trusted us with something so important, placed such crucial information in our care. More than that, Holmes replied gently. He honored you with the most complete trust possible. He placed not just his evidence, but his faith in human decency in your hands, confident that when the time came for truth to be revealed, you would recognize its importance and act accordingly. The implications of what we had discovered were staggering. Henry Derwent had not simply been a grieving widower seeking emotional sanctuary. He had been an innocent man carrying information that could restore her reputation and expose genuine traitors. His gifts to the Morrison family had been expressions of gratitude for providing him not just with refuge, but with renewed faith in human goodness. What happens now? Henry asked practically. How do we ensure that this evidence reaches the proper authorities? Holmes was already carefully rewrapping the tiny scroll in the protective materials Derwent had used. I shall personally deliver this information to Sir Charles Whitmore, along with a complete account of Mr. Derwent's character and circumstances as we have observed them. The evidence he has provided, combined with testimony about his behavior during his stay here, should be more than sufficient to clear his name and expose the real villains in this affair. As we prepared to conclude our remarkable investigation, I found myself marveling at the complexity of the human story we had uncovered. Henry Derwent had come to the Moorland Inn carrying not just personal grief, but professional disgrace, seeking sanctuary from both emotional loss and political persecution. He had found in Mrs. Morrison's family the healing power of witnessing love and kindness, and had responded by creating beauty and joy for others, while carefully concealing evidence that would ultimately restore his honor. "There's one more thing," Holmes said, as he secured the precious evidence in his travelling case. Mr. Derwent's reference to safe journey assured suggests that he had received word that circumstances had changed, that his exile was no longer necessary. It's quite possible that this evidence was no longer needed for his personal vindication, but he left it here as a final gift, proof of the truth for those who had shown him kindness during his darkest hour. Mrs. Morrison looked around at her family, her inn, and the treasures that Derwent had left behind with an expression of profound gratitude. Then he's truly safe, free to resume his life and work? I believe so, Holmes replied, and I suspect that someday, when circumstances permit, you may receive word from him expressing gratitude for the sanctuary you provided during his time of greatest need. Men of his character do not forget such kindness. As the afternoon shadows lengthened across the moor, I reflected on the extraordinary chain of events that had brought us to this moment. A routine holiday visit to an old army friend had become the stage for witnessing one of the most profound examples of human resilience and goodness I had ever encountered. Henry Derwent had shown us that even in the depths of personal tragedy and professional disgrace, it was possible to create beauty, express love, and maintain faith in human decency. His gifts would continue to bring joy to the Morrison family for years to come. But perhaps more importantly, His example would serve as a permanent reminder that kindness and creativity can flourish even in the most adverse circumstances. That evening, as Holmes and I prepared to return to London with our precious evidence, I took one final look at the stained glass panel that cast its jewelled light across the inn's entrance hall. Tomorrow, it would begin its service as a permanent memorial to the autumn guest who had touched so many lives through his anonymous generosity. But tonight, it seemed to glow with the promise that truth and goodness, however long suppressed or hidden, will ultimately find their way to the light. The morning of our departure from the Moorland Inn dawned with that crystalline clarity that sometimes graces October in Devon, as though the very air had been polished to perfection by the night's gentle frost. As I stood at my window for the final time, watching the sun paint the ancient stones of the moor in shades of gold and amber, I found myself reluctant to leave a place that had provided such unexpected revelations about the complexity and resilience of the human spirit. Holmes had risen early, as was his custom when important business awaited, and I could hear him moving about his room with a purposeful energy that indicated his mind was already focused on the tasks ahead. The precious evidence we carried, Henry Derwent's ingenious message hidden within the autumn leaf, would soon be to Sir Charles Whitmore, bringing justice at last to a man who had suffered far more than his share of life's cruel reversals. Downstairs, Mrs. Morrison was preparing what she insisted would be a proper send-off breakfast for the gentleman who'd helped solve the mystery that had touched her family so profoundly. Her grandchildren gathered around our table, with the comfortable familiarity that had developed during our stay, their treasured gifts from the autumn stranger arranged nearby as permanent reminders of his brief but transformative presence in their lives. "Mr. Holmes," Sarah said with the grave courtesy she'd shown throughout our investigation, "will you be able to tell our friend that we found his special leaf? That we understood it was important and took good care of it?" Holmes looked down at the child with an expression of genuine warmth, a side of his nature that he revealed only to those who had earned his complete respect. "I shall indeed convey that message, Miss Sarah. And I think Mr. Derwent would be very pleased to know that his trust in your family's goodness was so perfectly justified." As we prepared for our journey, Holmes took the opportunity to provide Mrs. Morrison with a complete explanation of what we had discovered and what would likely happen next. His manner was gentle but thorough, ensuring that she understood both the significance of what had occurred at her inn and the importance of maintaining discretion about certain details until official matters could be resolved. "The evidence we discovered," he explained carefully, "will almost certainly result in Mr. Derwent's complete vindication and the exposure of those who wrongly cast suspicion upon him. However, the process of justice in such matters can be lengthy, and it would be wise to avoid discussing the political aspects of his situation until we receive official word that it is safe to do so." Mrs. Morrison nodded, with the practical understanding of someone who had learned to navigate the complexities of life through common sense and good judgment. "And what of the gifts he left? The stained glass window, the children's toys, all the beautiful things he created." "Those," Holmes smiled, "are yours to treasure forever. They represent not evidence of any wrongdoing, but rather testimony to one of the finest examples of human character I have ever encountered. Keep them, display them, tell their story to anyone who will appreciate what they represent. The triumph of love and creativity over circumstances that might have destroyed a lesser man. The journey back to London provided ample time for reflection on the extraordinary events we had witnessed. As our train carried us through the Devon countryside, past villages and landscapes that Henry Derwent had walked during his exile, Holmes and I discussed the broader implications of what we had discovered. "It strikes me, Watson," Holmes observed, as we watched the moor disappear behind us, "that this case has challenged some of our fundamental assumptions about the nature of mystery and detection. We approached it expecting to uncover wrongdoing, but instead discovered nobility. We sought to identify a criminal, but found a saint." His words resonated deeply with my own thoughts about the experience. "Do you suppose," I asked, "that there are others like Derwent, innocent people carrying burdens that the world has wrongly placed upon them, finding ways to create goodness despite circumstances beyond their control?" Holmes was quiet for a long moment, his keen eyes studying the passing landscape with the attention he usually reserved for crime scenes. "I fear there are more such cases than either of us would care to contemplate, Watson. The machinery of justice, however well-intentioned, sometimes creates injustices of its own. Men of conscience caught in circumstances where truth and appearances diverge, where loyalty and safety cannot coexist, where the very qualities that make them valuable to society also make them vulnerable to those who would exploit such qualities." The philosophical implications of our discussion stayed with me throughout the journey and beyond. In my years of collaboration with Holmes, I had become accustomed to cases where justice ultimately prevailed, where the guilty were exposed and the innocent vindicated. But the case of Henry Derwent had shown me that sometimes the most profound mysteries are not crimes to be solved, but human tragedies to be understood and, when possible, healed. Upon our return to London, Holmes wasted no time in arranging a meeting with Sir Charles Whitmore. The evidence we carried, both the hidden message and our detailed observations of Derwent's character during his stay at the inn, proved even more significant than we had hoped. Within days, Holmes received word that the information had not only cleared Derwent's name, but had led to the arrest of the actual perpetrators of the security breach that had destroyed his reputation. Justice ha been served, Holmes announced as he shared this news with me over dinner at Baker Street. "Mr. Derwent has been officially exonerated, his consulting privileges restored, and his professional reputation not merely cleared, but enhanced by the courage he showed in gathering evidence against genuine traitors, while maintaining his own integrity despite tremendous personal cost." The news filled me with profound satisfaction, but also with curiosity about Derwent's current circumstances. "Have you received any word about his whereabouts? His plans for the future?" Holmes smiled with the expression of someone harboring a particularly pleasant secret. "As a matter of fact, Watson, I have received a most remarkable communication from the gentleman himself. It seems that word of his vindication reached him through channels we need not explore, and he has written to express his gratitude for our role in uncovering the truth." He produced from his jacket a letter written on fine paper in the careful hand I remembered from Derwent's farewell message to Mrs. Morrison. Holmes read selected portions aloud. "My dear Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, words cannot adequately express my gratitude for your role in revealing the truth that has restored my name and my freedom. But beyond this practical assistance, I must thank you for recognizing the true nature of my residence at the Moorland Inn, and for understanding that my gifts to the Morrison family represented not eccentricity, but desperate gratitude for their unwitting role in restoring my faith in human goodness. During my months of exile, I had begun to despair of ever again finding evidence that kindness and innocence still existed in a world that seemed dominated by suspicion and betrayal. Mrs. Morrison's family showed me, simply by being themselves, that love and generosity remain the governing principles of decent people, regardless of the machinations of those who would corrupt such virtues for their own purposes. I write to inform you that I am establishing a foundation for the support of families who provide sanctuary to those unjustly accused or politically persecuted. The first beneficiaries will be the Morrison family, who will find their inn expanded according to the plans I left behind, ensuring that their kindness to one desperate stranger will enable them to extend such hospitality to many others who may need refuge in times of trouble." Holmes looked up from the letter with obvious satisfaction. He concludes by noting that he has resumed his architectural practice with a specialty in designing safe houses and sanctuaries for those who serve their country in dangerous circumstances. His personal tragedy has been transformed into a mission of creating security and comfort for others who find themselves in situations similar to his own. The completeness of Derwent's redemption and his transformation of personal suffering into service to others provided a conclusion more satisfying than any mere solving of a criminal case. Here was a man who had faced the loss of everything dear to him: family, reputation, professional standing, personal security, and had not merely survived, but had found ways to create beauty, express love, and serve others despite circumstances that would have broken many people. As the weeks passed and autumn deepened into winter, I found myself frequently thinking about the lessons embodied in Henry Derwent's story. In my medical practice, I encountered patients whose physical ailments were often symptoms of deeper spiritual wounds. People who had lost faith in their ability to heal, to love, to create meaning from suffering. Derwent's example provided a powerful counter-argument to such despair, demonstrating that even the most devastating losses could be transformed into sources of wisdom and compassion. The children's toys he had carved, now treasured possessions in the Morrison household, served as daily reminders that love, once awakened, never truly dies, but simply seeks new forms of expression. The stained glass window that cast its jeweled light across the inn's entrance hall had become a symbol of hope for other travellers who might arrive carrying burdens too heavy to bear alone. Holmes, meanwhile, had been profoundly affected by the case, in ways that surprised me. A man who typically approached human nature with scientific detachment had found in Derwent's story something that engaged his deeper emotional understanding. "It has occurred to me, Watson," he said one evening, as we sat by our fire in Baker Street, "that we spend so much time studying the criminal mind that we sometimes forget to appreciate the heights of nobility that human nature can achieve under the proper circumstances." "You sound almost philosophical, Holmes," I observed, noting the unusual reflectiveness in his manner. "Perhaps I am becoming so," he replied with a slight smile. "The case of Henry Derwent has reminded me that our work, at its best, is not merely about solving puzzles or catching criminals. It's about restoring faith in justice, in truth, in the fundamental decency that most people carry within themselves, even when circumstances seem to discourage such beliefs." As I write these words now, 5 years after that remarkable October in Devon, I find that the story of the autumn guest has only grown in significance with the passage of time. Mrs. Morrison writes regularly to keep us informed of developments at the inn, which has indeed been expanded according to Derwent's architectural plans, and has become known throughout Devon as a place of exceptional hospitality and peace. The children, Sarah, Tommy, and William, have grown and flourished, their characters shaped in part by the lesson their mysterious benefactor taught them about the power of anonymous kindness and the importance of creating beauty for its own sake. Sarah has developed into a talented botanical illustrator, following in the footsteps of Eleanor Derwent, whose work she discovered and admired through research inspired by the pressed flowers in her collection. Henry Derwent himself has become something of a legend in architectural circles, designing buildings that combine beauty with security, creating spaces where those who serve dangerous purposes can find rest and renewal. His foundation continues to support families like the Morrisons, who provide sanctuary to those in need, ensuring that his own experience of finding refuge will be available to others facing similar circumstances. But perhaps the most important legacy of the autumn guest lies in the reminder he provided about the complexity and resilience of human nature. In a world that often seems dominated by cynicism and suspicion, his story stands as testimony to the transformative power of love expressed through service to others, of creativity employed in the cause of healing, of faith maintained despite circumstances that might justify despair. The pressed autumn leaf that contained his hidden message has been returned to the Morrison family, where it rests once again in the pages of the family Bible, no longer concealing evidence of conspiracy and betrayal, but serving as a permanent reminder that truth, however long suppressed, will ultimately find its way to the light. As I close this journal entry and prepare to bank the fire that has provided light for my evening's writing, I find myself grateful for the privilege of having witnessed one of the most profound examples of human goodness I have ever encountered. Henry Derwent came to the Moorland Inn as a broken man seeking refuge from forces beyond his control. He left behind him not just beautiful objects and architectural plans, but proof that love, once awakened, never truly dies. It simply transforms itself into new expressions of hope, creativity, and service to others. The autumn guests taught us all that mystery need not involve crime, that the deepest puzzles of human existence often have their solutions, not in logic or deduction, but in the simple recognition that kindness, freely given and gratefully received, remains the most powerful force for healing and transformation that our wounded world possesses. In the flickering light of my dying fire, I can almost see him still. A careful, quiet figure moving through the inn's peaceful rooms, creating beauty for strangers, finding in their joy the only comfort available to a heart that had known such profound loss. His gifts continue to bring happiness to those who received them. But perhaps more importantly, his example continues to inspire others to seek their own ways of transforming suffering into service, loss into love, exile into sanctuary, for those who will follow in their footsteps. The autumn guest showed us that even in our darkest seasons, we retain the power to create light for others, and that such creation, whether recognized or anonymous, whether acknowledged or secret, represents the highest expression of what it means to be truly human.